access to capital. So one of the things we contract advisors to do is help get businesses access to capital. And I'm going to be quite straightforward with you because a lot of times people are looking for grants. There aren't a lot of business grants out there. Back during COVID, there was an influx of business grants. That doesn't exist now with one exception, and I'm going to mention the Promise Grant. So if you all are familiar with the Promise Act and the Promise Grant, if you're not, I would encourage you to research it. It is the state of Minnesota dedicated, or no, actually, I think it was Bush Foundation dedicated. No, I'm getting too confused. There's a couple of, yeah. So it was the state of Minnesota that dictated that there was certain millions of dollars to be doled out in grants and loans for commercial property and grants for other business needs. And it is based upon demographics, so where you're located or location. So part of Minneapolis, a part of St. Paul, and part of greater Minnesota. If you have a business in those areas, you can apply for a business for the funding through the Promise Grant. But to answer your question, what other ways can you get access to capital? Part of that is, how do you get an SBA loan, or how do you get an investor? And so those advisors will help you look at how can I fund my company? Most people, a lot of people, and I want to stress this, entrepreneurship historically has been about bootstrapping, figuring out how it starts with a side hustle, right? And then you kind of bootstrap. Most entrepreneurs are working a full-time job and doing their business until they get to a point where they can grow it and they can quit their business. Sometimes that never happens, it's always sort of a second stream of income. But our advisors can help you think about, how can you fund this business idea that you have? And is there access to capital through the SBA? Is there access to capital through things like the Promise Grant? Is there access to capital by finding an investor? So it really is helping you think about how you can fund your business. So sometimes we should figure out, we were talking the other day at the office about figuring out a different way to refer to it, because I think people think access to capital and they automatically think grant. And I want to help manage people's expectations around that. But it's different ways where there is capital available, and in exchange, there's often an exchange for equity. There'll be an investment, or in the example of small business loans, really making sure that you have your paperwork and things in order to see if you can qualify for those SBA loans. Or SBA also has lines of credit, which are helpful oftentimes with businesses that are looking for runway, need to be able to address the ebbs and flows of their financials. Yes. So you want to know more about the CEO growth series? Which one? So yeah, so search engine optimization, is that what you're kind of talking about? So we have, as part of our one-on-one advising services, and you can just go to Elevate Hennepin, select schedule time with a navigator. We have marketing experts who will work with you about search engine optimization and developing a social media and online marketing strategy. So thank you for that question. Yeah, go ahead. So the question was, there we have these sports teams, and let me see if I get this accurately. And do they engage with helping build Black businesses? And have we developed relationships? As the county, that's not really the role we fulfill. That being said, during my time working in the nonprofit uh, world, one of the things that I was particularly interested in is not necessarily the sports teams, but think about how many Fortune 500 companies we have here in the state of Minnesota, and food related, Hormel, Land O'Lakes, CHS. I'm forgetting somebody, but General Mills. I was going to say I'm forgetting somebody big, and and I think one of the things that they can be doing is looking for opportunities to help in this food space and developing and investing and supporting entrepreneurship in that way. And I'm saying that from I took off my county hat because I'm still new enough to know I don't know what I can say and not say, but I put on my nonprofit hat. And that's what I've seen. And that's where I think that there's opportunities to get those corporations and certainly the sports teams as well. But I think there's a really clear connection or tie to these food Fortune 500 companies and the opportunity that we have in the state of Minnesota to build up our food ecosystem so that we can help these businesses scale and grow. So it's interesting. So let me just try and see if it was so rich. I don't think I can do it justice, but this idea of having a more comprehensive approach. I appreciate what you said about onesie twosies, mom and pop shops. And when I was in the nonprofit sector, I ran across a program called MIT REAP. So Massachusetts Institute of Technology has it, and the REAP stands for Regional Entrepreneurship Acceleration Program. And what they do is they want regions to come and participate in this cohort program. They insist that you bring some people to the table, that you bring government to the table, that you bring the universities to the table, that you bring the corporations to the table. Um, I did a I spent a lot of time socializing that idea. Didn't get a lot of traction. I still keep it in the back of my mind with hopes that one day I'll speak to the right people or the right person and get some real traction on that. And I think, take a look at MIT REAP, see if start talking about it. I mean, that's the thing, just to start talking about these things so that, because I think we're sometimes slow, not necessarily the Black community, but in general in Minnesota, we're slow to adopt new ideas. We're very cautious and careful. And so a lot of times there has to be a critical mass of conversation and engagement in order to get something to that place you're talking about. So I'm hopeful that if it's not MIT REAP, it's something else that will help to bring this together so that we can move on a larger scale. So on that note, I think I will hand it back over to Crystal. Thank you all for your attention today. It was my pleasure getting a chance to speak with you.
Thank you, Ixchel. And how can one get a hold of you if we would like to network some more?
So the easiest way to get to me right now is go to elevatehennepin.org and schedule time with the navigator. There are only two of us who do it, and I'm the lead, so chances are you'll connect with me, and then we can talk more.
Thank you. Excellent, thank you. One more round of applause. Appreciate your expertise. So the next person, or the next, I should say guests, are the Johnson family. Are they here? No. The pageant winners, as we saw them come in. Excellent. I will invite, yes, the leader. I'm sorry. You can invite yourself or introduce yourself. I'll just hand the mic to you. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon. How are everybody doing? My name is Angel Jones. I'm actually the founder, CEO, and the director of the Miss Juneteenth Minnesota State Pageant. This past Saturday, we just hosted our very first and made history in actually having our very first pageant here in Minnesota, which is really exciting. So as of today, not today, but Saturday, excuse my voice, as of Saturday, we have actually five queens that have actually made and actually that are actually made history. We have 5 divisions from 5 different age ranges, and this is my little division, Little Miss Juneteenth. You want to tell her what your name is?
Hi, my name is Serena, and I'm your Little Miss Juneteenth of Minnesota. Should I give it to her?
Hi, my name is Lamaria, and I am your Junior Miss Juneteenth of Minnesota.
Hello, my name is Kamira, and I am your Teen Miss Juneteenth of Minnesota.
Hi, I am Brianna Maynard, and I am your Miss Juneteenth Minnesota.
Hi, everyone. I am Khadijah M. Lamont, and I'm your Miss Juneteenth Minnesota.
This actual pageant was rediscovering our culture and redefining our freedom. What does that look like for you? What does that look like for our future? As of right now, we have our 5 reigning queens. They will be actually touring the state of Minnesota, basically for a lot of meet and greets. And we have pageants, should I say, we have other queens in other cities and in Minnesota here that we actually would like to recognize as well. But this is actually our first Miss Juneteenth Minnesota pageant. Damaris Jones, who's actually my daughter, she's actually the first Miss Juneteenth. She's actually the first Miss Juneteenth queen. Unfortunately, she didn't have the opportunity to have a state pageant. They didn't do a pageant for that. So we actually stepped in and we're giving them the opportunity to actually have a pageant to go over everything with them. So if anybody has any questions, I can go ahead and answer that for you. Or if you'd like to come and speak to the girls afterwards, you definitely can. Absolutely. Absolutely. Raina, would you like to come up, start it off? Want you to tell them exactly what, as what Juneteenth means to you and the pageant and your experience going through the process, okay?
What I think it's about um like our freedom of being let go from everything, and it was fun going through this experience because you got to meet a lot of new girls and they're very sweet and kind. Can I give it to you?
Just want to say thank you for asking that question. What the Juneteenth means to me in the Juneteenth pageant, it really means about carrying my ancestors with me. And really, this is history, and we're a part of history. I just, I'm trying to think of the word. Give me 1 second. I think just having my girls with me and the sisterhood also challenged and also like kind of like a piggyback, and I learned from all of the girls, all the girls from the whole entire experience, just to be your authentic self, just be more comfortable in your black skin, and also just to be able to represent your city and state and go around to other cities and just make sure like everybody voices is heard. That's what I think what it means to me.
Yeah, so Juneteenth to me not only is a symbol of freedom, but it also is a reminder of our continuous fight for liberation in many different aspects, right? If we're talking about economic liberation, if we're talking about just the liberation to be who we are authentically in our hair, in just our being, in our black skin, that's what it symbolizes for me. I guess my favorite part, there's so many parts, I don't know if I can sum it up into one favorite part, but I keep saying the intergenerational aspect of it really was the best part to me. Being able to connect with young Black women from ages 6 all the way to 30 and seeing myself being reflected and also sharing just like that communal aspect, right? We were all talking about etiquette. We were discussing how do you carry yourself with grace, right? I think in the world, it's very hard to see Black women being able to be soft. The world makes us harden ourselves very often, and we have to navigate this world. So this pageant was just a reminder that you can choose to soften yourself, right? You can be around your sisters and laugh. You can experience joy. You can experience pleasure. So I think that was the biggest takeaway. I could go on and on, but I won't keep you guys too long.
Sorry. I think Juneteenth means greatness, accomplishments for the whole culture, everybody that's a part of it, everybody that is an ally of it, a true ally. This pageant was a great experience for me. I got to meet a lot of young and older, women that were just the sweetest. They're hilarious. I wish you guys could see all the videos that we had. Yeah, they were great. But yeah, this is a big moment, and I'm glad everybody is okay with sharing it with us, and we're okay with sharing it with you guys. Thank you.
I just want to piggyback off what all the other girls have already said. What Juneteenth means for me is freedom and excellence and opportunity to succeed for my people. Um, I also feel like what I've taken away from this pageant is definitely a sisterhood, an ability to show what Black people can really do, especially Black women. And I just want to thank Miss Angel Jones for this opportunity. And I want to thank all the girls for being the best sisters I could ever ask for.
This is just not a regular pageant. This is just not a regular beauty pageant. This pageant actually endures the fact that we have workshops. These workshops actually help the girls as far as Oh God, I can't even think. Etiquette, behavior, manners, discipline. And we also have the things such as where we all get together and we, want them to actually lift up their voice and be able to talk with each other. I want them to be able to know that they have a voice and they can speak. And that is actually a very big deal. We want them to actually know that they have confidence and we actually embrace that within each other. So as of right now, we are actually raising funds. So I want to take them to Galveston, Texas. Why? Because Galveston, Texas is actually the birthplace and actually the start of all the Juneteenth. I want to take them to the Neocultural Juneteenth Center so they can actually understand what Juneteenth is actually about. It's not about technically George Floyd because we have new millennial babies. They don't know about that, the history about it. So we want to take them down there and actually educate them on the birth and purpose of why Juneteenth matters so much to us. So yes. Yes, if you would like to donate, please, you can go to www.missjuneteenthmn.org. There's a donate button on the donate page there, and you can donate as much as you want. Absolutely.
Thank you, Angel. Thank you, all the queens. I appreciate it. I also know that you worked with Miss Denisha for a couple days. Is that correct? For modeling, yes. And I don't know, did you work with Miss Juliet for the etiquette piece? Yes. I know both those sisters in community, so you were in very good hands. That's excellent. The next person we have, I don't see Councilwoman Vetaw here. So, do we, Malcolm? Don. So we're going to move on. And I guess, let's see. I'm going to give the mic over to you because is this my first half? Or what should we do? What would you like? I can continue. So Latrisha, and all right, and Malcolm is not here. Lawford, Baxter, Lawford. It is. Are we on a schedule? Okay. So Don Samuels, would you like to come up to the podium? And I will let you introduce yourself, all the things that you are doing right now.
Thank you. Thank you. Hey, good afternoon, everyone. It's great to be here and to spend some time on this incredible Juneteenth celebration, which continues to pull us together every year to celebrate our history, how far we've come, and how much work there's still left to do. So it's a great thing. And I was talking to someone yesterday that Juneteenth is both a celebration and really a coming to grips with the reality that when we make an advance, it's not just enough to get a policy passed, as the abolition of slavery was, but we have to follow up with those policies, make sure they're implemented, and make sure they're implemented justly. It's not enough to just pass a law and then move on. And in many cases, we have many laws that have been passed for our community, not just the abolition of slavery, but many laws that have been passed and slowly they crawl back. Next thing you know, it's getting harder to vote, or it's getting harder to go to colleges because now you can't get scholarship just because you're an African American. And so there's a threat always trying to claw back progress, right? And we have to make sure that we stay up on everything and until we achieve the true equality that is due to us. So I'm Don Samuels, and I'm former city council member for this community. And so this facility is dear to my heart. The fact that it's here and people can come and see plays and to be entertained on West Broadway, that says a lot, because we as a community, that is one legacy that is very, very strong, the arts. And this is where Prince had his first concert. And to have places that also represent legacy, but also represent our arts and entertainment capacity, have it located in the community so it becomes a place that people come to our community for. You know, they back in the day, when Duke Ellington and those guys would come to town, they couldn't stay at the hotels downtown, even though they were performing. So they would stay down here in the Holman area, in the what was the center? The community center. Bethune. Yeah, Phyllis Wheatley. They used to stay at Phyllis Wheatley, and then they would rehearse there, and the kids could go see them and watch them for free when what the people downtown were paying lots of dollars for. And so when we remove the obstacles and we can live anywhere and practice anywhere, many times that leads to our loss of our children getting to see the great things that we can do, right? Because now Duke Ellington wouldn't need to come down here. He could practice at one of the theaters downtown. And so there's a loss. You know, the same thing happened commercially. When after the civil rights movement, a lot of the small businesses in the black community actually opposed a lot of that. You know, people wanted to sit at the Woolworths counter and they'd sit in so that they could get served. Well, if they started going to Woolworth, the little restaurant in the black community was going to lose business. So surprisingly, but not surprisingly, many small businesses were lost out to the civil rights movement. And so now you have this long history of not having those businesses in community, and we've gotten used to that. The same thing happened, by the way, with teaching. During segregation, all the teachers were black in the black school, little schoolhouse, and then Brown versus Board of Education, integrating of schools. And then instead of hiring those black teachers, they fired the black teachers, sent all the kids to the white school, and now the community lost the school, and they lost that whole category of respected professionals we call teachers, and very few of them were hired. So progress is a funny thing. You know, you can do something for a good, and it has negative impacts, and we have to pay attention to those things. It's really a sad thing that, but it's true. We have to pay attention, otherwise the clock just rolls back, we lose the gains we make, and people use the gains we make as for instance, recently when a black investment company started by some women, a lawsuit was brought against it because it was investment for black women only. And they won the lawsuit. Yikes. So, you know, there's that movement is happening now. So everything that is designed for our community is being attacked. And, you know, I came to this country in 1970. And the minute I got into the workforce, I began to observe some things. That the larger community was not upset if there was a Jewish center or a Jewish group of some kind or another group, ethnicity. But once you make it a black thing, suddenly it kind of bothers people. And I remember bringing a book to work, raising a black child. My coworkers were upset with me. What's the difference? Why are you reading a black child? Why isn't it just a child? It's just the way it is. And so we have to be ready to deal with those pushbacks and those rollbacks because there is a natural resistance to the progress of our community. And without vigilance, it will roll back. Now, for the last 8 years, up until just the end of last year, I ran an organization called Microgrants. And Microgrants was an attempt to do what Muhammad Yunus did in the global micro lending world, where they would lend some people in a village enough money to buy a goat or two or three, and those goats would breed and expand into a little flock. And those people would pay back that loan gradually over time, and it transformed many villages. So a man named Joe Salvaggio wanted to do that in Minneapolis, to start a micro granting organization. But instead of making it micro lending, he made it micro granting. In other words, they didn't have to pay it back. Why? Because many inner city people are already up to here in debt, and and they don't have capital. They don't have land. So you can give a poor villager a few goats to start a flock because they already have the land. They just didn't have what to do with it. In the inner city, people don't own much, and so to put a debt on them right away like that was going to be problematic. So Joe started this thing called microgrants, and he, if you wanted to start a business, he would, and he met you, he would give you a grant of $1,000, and you would use that to start your business, and then you wouldn't have to pay it back, just like that. Isn't that beautiful? And so microgrants grew from that. And by the time I took it over, we were still making $1,000 grants. This one is about 2014. But I started to increase it. And in fact, during COVID, the largest grant we gave was $20,000. And it was to a young African-American man from the north side who was starting something in the Mall of America. We gave a $17,000 grant to right here to the Wolfpack when their place was trashed during the riots. And one of our donors wanted to do something a little extra special. And we went over there and we looked at the damage and got him that grant. And we gave over a couple $1 million a year to north side businesses. And in fact, 80% of our grants were to black people and about 60% to African Americans, and most of it to North Minneapolis through agencies like Emerge and WBBA, WBC, and MEDA and others. And the way it worked is, in order to get a grant, you couldn't just walk off the street. You had to go sign up to be with one of those agencies that train you on how to be an entrepreneur. And once you got the skills, then they will apply with you for the grant. And once you got the grant, then we knew that you had a big brother in a way to help you. So for instance, there was a young man who had very large feet since he was a kid. And in fact, his feet size were always a little bit higher than his age number. So, you know, when he was 12, he had size 13 feet. And it happened all the way up to when he was size 18. And so his mom always had trouble finding shoes for him. And he was working at a phone store, and he wanted to start a business because he said his mom always had trouble finding shoes. So he went to MEDA, and they gave him some classes on how to start a business. He started a business online, and he started making a little money. He got up to about $7,000 for the year, and he couldn't make any more progress because he was buying shoes one at a time and selling them. He needed to buy a bunch of shoes, right? And then he could sell them he get the a discounted rate, and then he could make more money on each shoe. So he needed to make a $12,000 order, and then he had maxed out. He had gotten on his 401k. He didn't have any more money, so he went back to MEDA. They said, "Okay, we have this partner named Microgrants. Why don't you apply for a grant, and 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 make that big purchase, which he did. He did. We gave him the grant. He made the big purchase, and he just started from that point making big orders. Now the great thing about it is, as he started to do better, he kept his relationship with MEDA. MEDA is Metropolitan Economic Development, Minnesota Economic Development Association, something like that. And it's right down here at Plymouth and Penn. And so he was getting into trouble. He was keeping too much inventory. But they were able to help him to see what exact level of inventory was best. Otherwise, he would drown himself in products and his business would die. And that's why we like to have that people to go get the training, keep a relationship with that training organization, so that when you run into trouble or you're your first time a business person, you get help in getting out of that. And so because of that, he was able to get himself right. And today, Ixchel Feet, extra large, Ixchel Feet is a multi-million-dollar shoe company. He has his own store and a brick and mortar store, and he's making millions. And we've had other successes, $500,000, close to $1 million, but that is in fact our biggest success. He became a donor. He's on the board. The other thing I did at Microgrants is started the Lights On program after Philando Castile was killed. Do you remember that? We saw that awful video in the car. He was pulled over for a broken light. So I came up with this program to put vouchers in police cars. So every time you see that flashing light, the cop comes over and you're thinking something bad's going to happen. The cop actually hands you a voucher to fix your broken light for free, up to $250 at a participating shop in the neighborhood. And that became so popular, the Vikings paid to expand it across the state. And then other teams across the country are sponsoring it in their state. The Patriots, the Jaguars, there are 5 teams, but now it's in 24 states, 180 cities across the United States. So that's just wonderful to see. It's in fact, the activists want it in their cities, the police want it, and of course the drivers just love it. And you'd think, usually you think it's a black driver, white cop, but the Bloomington police chief showed us a body cam footage of a young white guy being stopped by a black cop. And the cop asks him for his license and registration. The kid goes crazy, throws everything out of the car. Why don't you just lock me up? You should be ashamed of yourself. You're betraying your race, He even called him boy. Somehow that cop kept his cool, went back to the car, and checked his license registration and brought him back a voucher to fix his light for free. You should see that guy break down. And so we know that we can change attitudes, right? By challenging people's expectations and bringing peace where people might expect conflict. So that's what I've been doing for the last few years, and I'm honored to continue to work in this community. Thank you.
Thank you, Don. I know, if you can keep it brief, I know that we have people on a schedule right now, but yes, the question was about his campaign.
So, I need a lot of volunteers, and you can help me by either donating, door knocking, making phone calls, and you can do that at home, actually. We can give you a list now that people have cell phones, and you can make calls on your phone from anywhere. And you can sign up for all of that at donsamuels.com. donsamuels.com. Very, very simple. And then hit get involved. And right away, it'll take you to a list of things you can do. You put your name and phone number in and click on those that you can do. And somebody will be in touch with you very quickly. donsamuels.com. Thank you very much. Yeah, so when I was in high school, I could draw really well, and but the only thing I could think of doing with it, I was in Jamaica, not many opportunities, was to be a graphic designer. So I came to the United States and studied graphic design, but I had to take a compulsory three-dimensional class, and my professor said, "You do this really good." So he was the one that was giving me the most praise. So I figured if he believed in me that much, I'll go with the industrial design. So I studied industrial design to design products. That means the chair, the refrigerator, the car, anything that commercial product that you use, industrial designers design it, along with engineers. We design how it looks, how things fit together, how you feel comfortable in your seat. Industrial designers do that. And so I got a job in the toy industry and designed toys. And I designed toys for 30 years and designed for the first 15 years. I worked for Hasbro, Play School, Milton Bradley, and I ran their design departments. And I even came to Minnesota. That's how I got to Minnesota. I worked for Lakeside Games and ran their game department. And so what that means is I would come up with ideas, I would sketch them out, I would present it to the marketing department. They would pick the ones they like. I would improve on them and then send them to the model shop. They'd make it. They present the model. We'll have some kids play with them, make sure they like to play with them. And then eventually engineering would design them and send them off to the Far East to have the molds made, which would be sent back and we'd make the product. So so it went from my office to the engineering department to China, Hong Kong, and they'd send the molds back, and then the factory was right here in Minneapolis, in Edina, and that's how the products were made. And then they would be, of course, made and packaged and shipped all over the country. So I understand the whole commercial process and manufacturing process, and it's a shame that a lot of those jobs have gone abroad because once one company sends their manufacturing abroad, and what costs $2 to make here costs $1 to make there, the other company's saying, man, I could make more money if that guy's going to kill me. So everybody started sending their factories abroad. And a lot of those were in low-income communities. So, for instance, the companies I work for, every company I work for, most of the people in the factory were minorities. And so those jobs just left. And that's what's led to a lot of the unemployment in our communities. It's not that people don't have a high school education. You didn't need a high school education to do those jobs. It's that the jobs that you don't need a high school education for are gone. And so we have to now prepare for the next economy, the technological economy. Everybody's going to need to have a high school education, and hopefully a lot of our young people will get into the trades, right? Plumbing and welding and construction, because you can't ship that abroad. You can't tell a guy in China to build this building. It has to be built right here. So that's what we need to do now. Bring the jobs back home. Thank you.
Thank you. That's a nice segue, I think, for me to introduce Latrisha Vetaw, council member. I used to live in her ward, and I think, girl, yes, don't Harrison. So Yeah, I'm excited to see or to hear what you have to say about kind of what's going on at the city and the work that you're doing.
Thank you. Thank you. I didn't know that you moved. That's one less vote for me. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Latrisha Vetaw, and I'm a city council member. I will say this is like absolutely beautiful for me to see. One of my bucket list items is to be in a beauty pageant. I don't know if I'm ever gonna get there, but I was like obsessed with that show. I can't remember what, but it was like the little pageant, all the pageants all the time. So I keep saying like, yes, that's it. So I keep saying I'm going to be in the Mrs. Minnesota pageant or something like that for older women. But you all look beautiful, and congratulations on your past wins and future wins. And I'm happy to be here with you today. I hear the topic is about um, what we're doing at the city around industrial things, and just a little bit about me. So I represent North Minneapolis. I represent Laurie Avenue and then North, so the highs. I've been a council member for 3 years now. I was elected to the Minneapolis Park Board for 4 years before that, and I also worked at North Point Health and Wellness Center, which was called Pilot City, for 17 years before being elected to the Minneapolis City Council. So I've worked and lived in this neighborhood for a really long time. And I've seen a lot of things change over the years, from me being an 11-year-old girl who moved to Minneapolis to being a 48-year-old woman. There's a lot of different things that have changed. So I've always wanted to serve in office. Since I was in the 6th grade, I found out about the park board. I went home. I told my mom I was going to be a parks commissioner. She said, go do your homework. I don't know what a parks commissioner is, but I ended up being the parks commissioner. And I happily represent my mom as a city council member downtown Minneapolis on the city council. She lives in Ward 4. And so, one of my first jobs was I worked for Dow Brands in Fridley, where they make like the glass cleaner and scrub and bubbles. So manufacturing jobs when I was in high school was a way that you paid to go to college. I didn't come from a family where they could afford for me to go to school. So I worked at places that paid tuition reimbursement, and you worked and you had a paycheck. So that was my first and my mom was a mechanic for Toro. She was one of the only Black women mechanics at Toro. They make the lawnmowers and the tractors and all those things. So I grew up with a mom who had what was considered a very masculine job. She came from a time where women were only nurses or school teachers. And so my mom was a mechanic for Toro growing up for a really long time. And she just kind of encouraged those manufacturing jobs if you didn't want to go to college, that a trade was also an option. And so it wasn't like forced on us. If you wanted to go to college, you could, but you had to get a job. You had to have an income, and going through the trades was stability. So I worked my way through college in a factory, and I loved doing it. I remember my first day at work. I'm left-handed, and everything was on the right-hand side. Like all the machines was set up for right-handed people. And I was like, I don't even know how to use my right hand. I'm so left-handed. I don't even know what to do with my right hand, but I figured it out. I was the only one on the line with my arm crossed across my other arm, but I made it work. And I worked there for 4 years until I got out of school. And I've had all kinds of I worked as a restaurant manager. I like all the things before I settled in politics. But when I worked at North Point, a lot of my work was policy motivated. And just when I think about like some of the things that I'm proud of as a city council member, it is this huge project that they're going to be cutting the ribbon on this coming Tuesday. Devin George is a former NBA player who grew up on the north side. Also, him and the man named Bill English have bought this home fabrication company in North Minneapolis right off of 7th Street. And they're going to be cutting the ribbon on that next week. And it's going to be hundreds of jobs, manufacturing jobs. So what they do is they put homes together at this factory. So you buy a plot of land and you get a home that's already built, just put on it. Right. And so this is going to be coming out of North Minneapolis. These homes are going to be shipped all over the world. Their first course of action is hiring Northside residents. So this is an opportunity for people who maybe want a manufacturing job to happen right now. It's on the bus line. It's in this community. I think the jobs are paying over $25 an hour. So it's really good jobs and benefits. So they're going to be cutting the ribbon and kicking that off next week. That's really exciting. I think about the people who look like me that come to me around economic development. That's a really cool part of the job too. One of one of the businesses who I've recently had the pleasure of working with is the Camden Social. So that was a restaurant in the neighborhood that was not so great for a really long time. But a couple, Fonzie and Kat, who live in Ward 4, bought that building, rehabbed that building, and turned it into a hot spot for North Minneapolis, right? So I was so happy to help them get the tools they needed from the city. And when you think about those things, it's like you need licenses to sell liquor. You need licenses and permits to build certain things inside of your establishment. So as a city council member, you vote on things or you connect people to programs and services. So at the city, we have the DTAP program and the BTAP program. DTAP is development, people who develop projects. It's a program for them to go through. They help them create business plans, find funding streams. I know Don talked about META. So if META can offer resources, they connect you to that. And then BTAP is for entrepreneurs who want to start businesses. They go through the BTAP. One of my favorite BTAP students is a guy who lives in my ward who has a dream of opening a laundromat. And he is so passionate about this laundromat. Like he makes you want to open a laundromat or at least go into his laundromat when he opens it up, right? And so he went through this program. He got a whole plan put together. He has everything he needs to start it. He's been connected to sources for funding. So if there's some gaps in his funding for his laundromat, he can do that. And so I've seen a lot of that. I've seen people who live in Ward 4 go participate in city programs, or people who live in Ward 4 that want a smaller business, but they don't know where to start. So they go through. Some people have businesses out of their homes. Everyone doesn't have a brick and mortar shop. Some people, like one of the big things now is I see a lot of people sell like body creams and makeup and stuff like that. You may not always need a store to do that. Some people, they go to pop-up shops. That's like a popular thing right now. You go to a pop-up, you sell your lip gloss or whatever, or farmers markets. It's summertime now. We take advantage of the warm months. So, the city prepares you. They meet you where you are with your business needs, right? Like you may be buying a multi-million-dollar factory and you need some help with that. Or you may be just starting out really small. Do I want to see more of that at the city? Absolutely. So as a council member, what I have to do is make sure we have money in the budget every year to keep having those programs so that young women like you, when you get ready to start your business, you can come to the city and get something. We may not provide everything, but I want us to always be able to, connect you to the right people if we don't have it, but give you whatever we have to offer for that. And so those are things that I've worked on so far. There's been some other projects. The city of Minneapolis is working on the Upper Harbor Terminal project. That's in my ward also. That's a big project. It's going to be our first connection to the river on the north side. And so right off of Dowling Avenue, you like 2 years ago, even like 6 months ago, maybe you couldn't go off Dowling and get to the river. Now it's wide open. There's going to be a park. We had a ribbon cutting for the park. It's a 20-acre park over there. You can see the river. The view of downtown and the Lowry Bridge is just amazing. It is like, it's breathtaking when you go over there. And so the Upper Harbor Terminal is going to be, the park is starting right now. And as a former parks commissioner, I'm really excited about that. Is there something else, Michelle? I was late. I'm sorry. Okay. All right. Yeah. Does anybody have questions? Okay. I'll keep talking then. Okay. And so the big focus on economic development, jobs, job creation, existing jobs and job creation is it's the work of all of us. You know, we have other I'm not the only elected on the north side, and I think all of us work really hard to make sure we have jobs in the area. I would love to see what I want to see in my time as a council member is Laurie Avenue being developed in a much more robust way. When I was a kid, there was lots on Laurie to do, and now there's not a lot. So there's vacant lots. I want to see housing. I want to see vibrant storefronts. I want to see us having festivals on Laurie like we do on Broadway. My hardest job as a council member is getting people to understand that the North Side is not just West Broadway. Most people think of the North Side as West Broadway, and it is so much bigger than that. Like, it is way bigger. The ward I represent goes all the way to Brooklyn Center. It goes from the river to the Parkway. So I have to advocate for my ward and say, let's bring some business, some housing, let's bring some opportunities and amenities to Laurie Avenue. And that's my goal. I really, it's been named a cultural corridor. And when you have a name that big, like, you should see that when you go, you should see culture, you should feel the culture of the community that that street is in. And so I'm working really hard to develop on Lowry Avenue because Ward 4 deserves it. The North Side deserves it. We deserve all the things that everyone else in this city gets. And so and your ideas are really important to me. So if people have ideas on what they want to see on Lowry Avenue, don't hesitate to reach out to me and tell me. Right now, I'm just having conversations with partners about how we can get some housing, commercial space, how we can utilize some of the space for artists, local artists, artists in the ward. They just had art lofts built in Ward 5 on Glenwood. And so I'd love something like that on Lowry Avenue. And then, of course, senior housing is the main, like, most seniors in North Minneapolis who are homeowners right now are saying, if I have to sell my house, I have nowhere to live in the ward. So could you develop some housing in the ward so I can stay and go to my church and go to my stores I like, or whatever it is they like about the neighborhood. So I'll end with that. That's another really big project that I hope to see some movement on as a council member is Lowry Avenue, just driving down there, having a happier feeling about what's happening on Lowry Avenue. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Vetaw. Michelle, is there anything? We're going to bring up Lawford Baxter right now. I'm very excited to hear your story and to know more about it. The thing that fascinated me the most is that you spoke at the Nobel Peace Prize Forum. Is that correct? Fascinating. I once considered going to American University for a dual degree in international peacekeeping and theology. So I'm excited to hear what you have to say.
Is it brick? Yeah.
Yeah, we're going to come back at like 5:25 because that's what time is. is think about you. Yeah, I'm not gonna. Yeah. All right, we're gonna keep it moving. Thank you for the music. Appreciate it. I'm gonna bring up Lawford again, and I'm going to let him explain what he does in community and how he grew his business, and kind of what's on the front for him. No, you're okay.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. I've got a bad accent, so most people always tell me they can't understand me. But I always say I speak perfect English. So I want to tell you a little bit about my business and my background and some of the things that were necessary to get to where we are. My name is Lawford Baxter. I'm from Jamaica. I went to Tuskegee University in Alabama, and I got a master's degree and a PhD from the University of Minnesota here. And thank you. And I got here because my one of my PhD advisors was Robert Jones, who the UROC down here is named after after Professor Jones. And I met him through Mike. He introduced me to Michael Cheney, so that's why I'm here today. Kind of a long way around. So when I graduated from the university, I took a job with a chemical company out in Delaware, and we worked at a device or a process to extend the shelf life of fresh cut produce. So that's how I got in the produce business. And then they sold that division to a company in California, a produce company, and hence I ended up in California too. But I always wanted to start my own business because I figured the other guys were making money and I wasn't, and I was doing a lot of the work. So I understood the science behind getting fresh cut produce to market, and a lot of a lot of other people didn't. So I took a job with a company in Chicago, and we were working with. They were doing all the products from McDonald's, Burger King, Taco Bell, Pizza Hut, etc., etc. So I kind of understood the food business, and after doing that for a little bit, I decided, well, I was going to get into business for myself. And so I got into, I started a company called Cut Fruit Express. Now, the reason I got into the fruit business was that the barriers to entry were low. It was easy to start up. It didn't require a lot of money. All you needed was refrigeration and some good sharp cutting knives. And my first shop was right down here at 1507 West Broadway. It was where Randy Lane Plumbing used to be. And so I started up there, and my first customer was U.S. Foods. This was in 1997. And I still have U.S. Foods. Still my largest customer. At the time, they were called all kinds of other names. It's no, they're called U.S. So then, after about 8 months down here at 1505/1507 West Broadway, I got all the business with Rainbow Foods. Because Rainbow had a grocery store in town, and they were the grocery store chain, the preeminent chain. And so I had to move because I didn't have enough room in that little building. So I moved to the north side. I moved to the northeast Minneapolis. Then after that, then we moved to Inver Grove Heights because then we started doing all this stuff for Cub Foods. And then we just again rounded the space. So hence that's why we are in Inver Grove Heights right now. People always say if you live on the north side, you almost need a visa to go to Inver Grove Heights because it's so far to get to. But anyway, so we started doing that, and now so we moved from when we opened up over here down on Broadway. We had I think 1,700 square foot. Now we're in a 48,000 square foot building, and we're looking for more space right now. We might actually expand the building because business keeps growing. Now, so that was my kind of my entry into the produce business. Just back when I got out of graduate school, I started working with packaging produce, and then I worked with with big companies, and so that's how I got into it. Our customers include Hormel Foods, Hy-Vee, Target, U.S. Foods, Performance Foods, um, Lunds and Barleys, and many, many, many others. We've supplied every distributor in this market except Cisco. They had their own deal, so we couldn't get into it. But we've supplied every grocery store chain in this market since 1997. We've been in business since '97, and we've sent products all the way to Iceland from the Twin Cities. We got a purchase order, and that product was on an airplane and probably got to Iceland before we got to Rainbow Foods here. It moved so fast, and so now we have 120 employees, and it's an exciting business. Produce is never dull because produce is always had problems, and produce follows the sun. It travels all it where there, for example, right now in Minnesota, there's no fresh produce because the sun just got here. But in a little bit, we'll be getting Minnesota sweet corn and tomatoes and peppers and stuff like that. But right now, everything is coming and slowly moving north from Florida up to Georgia and into Indiana, and then sooner or later it gets here. But we use produce from every place, just about every continent. 'Cause we get products from Chile and Argentina, South Africa, the Caribbean. The pineapples come from Costa Rica, and so on. Always have to be moving and planning how to stay ahead. Now, um, there's some. The good thing about produce is that the Chinese can produce it and ship it here. It's not gonna come from China. And in fact, if you have a plant here, it's even hard for it to come from Chicago because we do a lot of business with, say, Quick Trip, and they were getting products from Del Monte has a plant in Kankakee, Illinois, but there's a snowstorm, the truck can't come, and they still want stuff on their shelves. So local operations are always going to be in business in this market. Anybody has any questions yet? You can feel free to ask while we continue. So there's a lot of things that have been talked about with co-manufacturing, um, private labeling, so on and so forth. We do a lot of private labeling. We do a lot of things for like Cub Foods. We do a lot of things for Quick Trip. You won't see our labels on there. As long as they send us the check, we're happy. But private labeling and co-manufacturing is good because it gets you going, but also it has some drawbacks because you're constrained by what other people want you to do. Our operation now is we work 5 days a week, and we start at 5:30 in the morning with pre-op inspections, and then we get to where we just continue working right through the day until the orders are done. We take orders right through the day, and we deliver them as the orders are ready, and the customers say your product has to be here by a certain time. For example, just a while ago, I had a driver who texted me. They were coming from Rogers because they got a performance food group company up there, and he's going to pick up a load and go down to Northfield to McLean. So a lot of the things that we make, you won't see our names on it. But I think if you go to Target, we do some of the Targets in town, you'll see products there with our name on them. And like with some of the holiday gas stations, we'll have our name on them on Quick Trip. But most cases, it's somebody else's name that's on there. Now, we do a lot of restaurant business, and there's no name on that because that just goes to a restaurant. It just has a carton label. All right? So, you might ask me, well, how did I started doing this, or what made me go into a business such as this? And the reason was that, again, I graduated and I was working with the company that was making packaging for produce, and so that's how I got into it. And I found out that produce is actually produce is, as everybody here knows, it's perishable. It doesn't last too long, and that's a good thing about it because they have to come back and buy some more. They say the garbage can is the largest consumer of fresh produce. Because you buy it, you throw it away. You got to buy some more. But what we like about our business is that the turnover of your product in the store, it moves it's very fast. And as other people have mentioned before, you need all kind of licenses and stuff to get to run a food operation. We have a USDA license, FDA license, Minnesota Department of Health, OSHA, county inspections and county licenses, and even something as mundane as recycling. We gotta recycle all our packaging waste, and also produce is. It's interesting because probably 50 to 60% of everything that comes from most of your produce comes from California. Okay, that's California is where it's grown. About 50 to 60% of that product is waste. It's garbage. So then you got to make an arrangement with a farmer who has pigs or buffalo or something else to feed them that product. Um, Now we don't have, because of how fast produce moves. We really don't have much competition from the people are, and 400 miles away. It's hard for them to get it here so fast. We can take an order at 1 o'clock today and deliver it tonight, and there's nobody in Chicago who can do that. So we do things like, for example, like Caribou coffee. We do things for Caribou because again, Del Monte used to do that down in Chicago, but they couldn't get the truck up here fast enough. Especially during the wintertime when when there's a snowfall. So that's how we got into this kind of business, and that's how we did it. Some initial drawbacks that we run into, and other people have mentioned, is access to capital. The business that we're in is actually now it's very capital intensive. The good thing about that is that it keeps other people out. Once you get established, it keeps other people out because the barriers to entry are so high. You need expensive equipment. You need knowledgeable people. You have to have a quality assurance manager, and so on. It's a very capital intensive business. So you always have to have access to capital. Now I'm going to say a little story here, which I don't know how many people will can agree or disagree with me, but we were down here on West Broadway, okay, and there was a must have been a First Bank or a U.S. Bank right on the other side of the road going that way, right, Mr. Cheney? Okay, so after I was in business for a little bit, I went over there and asked the U.S. Bank. Told them I'm trying to get I want a line of credit. So I did because everybody you got to put them on 21 or 30 days pay. That's how it runs in the business. So in the meantime, you got to pay your labor and this and that until you get paid. So I went down to the U.S. Bank right down here, and I won't mention the name of the bank I talked to, but I remember her name to this day. So after about a week or two, she called me and said, "Well, Mr. Baxter, we've approved you for a line of credit. We've approved you for $2,000." And I said, "Ma'am, I can find $2,000 in a day. So a $2,000 line of credit wouldn't do me any good." That's the U.S. Bank here. 2 weeks after, and I'm telling you a little story that you can understand how hard it is. That bank was always jammed up on a Friday. The bank down here, you couldn't get your check in to deposit your checks. So I started going over to one in a lunch store in Roseville. There's a lunch grocery store, then there's a little kiosk with the bank there. And she said, "Well, don't you do it?" The lady said, "Do you want to get a line of credit?" And I said, "Sure." And I did the paperwork. 2 weeks after, the same person, the same credit, they approved me for $175,000 line of credit. You couldn't get 2,000 here on the north side, but it was the same person with the same social security number. They approved it for that. So it tells you how tough it might be depending on where you are. But to be successful in this, I would say there are two things that you need. Are probably in any business, you need some good education, and you also need to keep your credit squeaky clean. If you have those two things, I think you'll be successful in running a business. You need good credit, and it doesn't hurt to be educated, especially in what you're going to be working on, because that's how. What I found out when I was talking to potential buyers and people of other, the people, decision makers, everybody was blown away because I have this PhD, and I could speak intelligently, and I could speak on the subject that was at hand. I could tell them why my product was better, and so on and so forth. Okay, and I think you need every one of us need to get as much education as we can. I'm not saying you have to have a PhD, but you need Thank you. But we need to, again, I'm just repeating that we need to get as much education as we can, regardless of whether it's trade school or whatever. And you need to have excellent credit to be successful. You do not want to you got to learn how to forego the fancy cars and this and that. Because you're gonna need money at some point to run your business. Any questions? Sure, yeah, go ahead. Yes. Credit. Yes. No. Yes. Oh, yes. That goes without saying. That because if you're gonna put your life on it, you better be prepared to work at it. There's no question. That's a very good question. Um, but I've had a talk over here at a high school. We do a lot of things for Minneapolis public schools. I mean, a lot of things. And I've gone to schools. I've sat in their lunch line and eaten with the kids, and I've talked to them. And I've always said, a few times, I walk in there with stop at McDonald's and get a burger. And I said to them, "Well, what's this?" I asked the students, "What's this?" They said, "Oh, it's a hamburger." And I said, "What else do you see?" And they're a little mystified what I'm talking about. They say, "Oh, I see lunch," and I say, "What else do you see?" Then people started thinking about it, think I'm crazy, but I said, right here, you're looking at material science, you're looking at food science, you're looking at agriculture, you're looking at um, uh, processing equipment, you're looking at this and you're looking at that. It's not just a burger you see, because all those things are necessary to bring that burger to the table. And so I always look at food. Everybody has to eat. Even during COVID, we were not, we were still busy because people still need food. But you got to look at when you look at food, there's almost every discipline on the face of the earth is in that plate of food. There's food science, there's material science, there's chemistry, there's physics, there's biology, there's there's health and human services. All kinds of things are in that plate of food. So there's a lot of disciplines in there. When I say discipline, I mean there's a lot of jobs in that plate of food because a lot of people touched it. No, I'm in the food business, so I can talk like that. The guy who sells cars might talk about something else. Okay, but if you do nothing else, have your mental fortitude. You're correct about that because I never give up. And if something hits you, you don't turn back. And but always keep your credit clean, very very clean, and work on your education, and you'll be successful. Yes, sir. Well, that's a good question because you probably won't like my answer, but I'll say it anyway. I'll say it anyway. Okay. Well, if you've got a, well, first of all, as you know, the best solution to any problem is prevention. Prevention. No, I'm gonna get to your answer. Yeah, you passed the prevention. But hold on, but still need to start, get it started someplace. Okay, so we as parents need to teach our children about credit way before they start having bad credit, because by then it's almost too late. Now you're in a big struggle. So if you start out being educated, and I'm not talking about a college degree. I'm talking about educated about life and what to forego. You can keep your credit good. No, if you have bad credit, I would avoid going to like credit repair places because they just steal your money. But there are ways that you can improve your credit by things like like a secure credit card, or a secure loan, a small loan that you can the bank will loan you as long as you put a deposit in there, and you pay back the loan actually from what you have in the bank. So you do not have to. Your credit is not going down. Your credit actually goes up. Hmm. Hmm. Well, it depends on what your creditor, potential creditor, might tell you. I think that you're talking about everything from 650 and up. Yes. Yeah. Yes. Mhm. I under yes. Well, again, the best way to get to that is not to have been there in the first place. But assume you're there, you still have to. It requires a lot of discipline and the desire to forego, instant gratification. Well, I don't know who's gonna, the people with the money. Well, let me back up a little bit. There's a reason why a lot of us have bad credit, and it's through no fault of ours. It's the society is set up for us to have bad credit. And I think that all that though it starts at home. But if your parents didn't have good credit and don't understand how credit works, it's hardly likely that they can't teach you. So to me, I've always said, if you go to church, one of the responsibilities of the church is to actually teach you about credit and how to handle your finances. Credit should also be taught in school because all of us go to school to try to get money. I don't care what a person tell you. We go to school because we want to get an education so that we can do this and do that and make a lot of money. But if we don't know how to handle that money, it's gone. And we'd be like Mike Tyson, who broke after all those $1 million fights. So the church and school should be the ones who are teaching children or young people about credit and how to manage their credit. Because everybody, in my opinion, was born with good credit. You weren't born with bad credit. Okay, so that's I guess that's the extent of what I can explain about that. But if you have bad credit, then we have to work on how to improve it. And there are organizations that will help you to improve your credit. If your credit is good, then work very hard at keeping it because it's your lifeline to a lot of things in the world. Yes, yes, yes. Well, thank you. Thanks. Any questions anybody has? Yes, sir. Okay. Well, the first question. My competitors are not here, but last year we sold $26 million worth of stuff last year. Okay. Thank you. And what we want to do this year into next year is to sell. We want to be at like $30 million. Okay, that's what we're trying to do. That's what we're trying to be. We're looking at trying to grow by 5% every year. Now, let me back up a little bit. My first sale out of 1507 West Broadway was $12 across the street from that little convenience store as it used to be there. And so you got to start somewhere and be prepared to work. Any other question? Or you got another one for me, Mike? I believe that the answer to that is I know a lot of produce operations because I'm a member of a share group, and we've got a member in London, we've got a member in Calgary, we've got a member all over the country. As long as we don't compete geographically, we meet twice a year and we share everything. You can tell them all your costs, this and that. There's nothing that's off the table. I've never seen another black person at one of those meetings. Matter of fact, I've never seen the only people of color that might turn up would be a couple of Hispanics who work with a company in Get Fresh Sales in Vegas, and I have a share group member in Atlanta, and when we visit, cause we visit each other's plant from right through so they'll come to our plant, we go to theirs, so we kind of cycle around the globe. And if you go to Atlanta, you'll see black folks in fairly, I would say, good employment situations. They're QA managers and production managers and things like that. But I've never seen another black produce owner of a company. All right. Thank you.
Thanks again. I'm really glad that you made the connection and someone asked the question about credit, because yes, credit should be taught in schools. I think it's kind of a conspiracy that we don't teach children any of that. Really, I don't see it as a course. It is an issue about credit, about having a business plan, how to balance your checkbook, very simple things. One of the my lessons too on that, I've had many in my life, but like on TV, and I know, but back in the day when people used to watch the Cosby Show, and there was the episode where he gave Theo some money and then he had to spend it, like it was gone. Do you remember that? Yeah. And so just all of the, like a very practical, the practicality of what it takes to live. So thank you. We appreciate you. Mhm. Yes. Okay. Are we doing it right now? Okay. All right. I'm going to let you introduce yourself then. Oh no. Who's going to?
Okay, just 1 second. It's only going to be 5 minutes. Good evening, everyone. My name is Ginger Patterson, and I've been in the music business for over 30 something years. Okay, so we started a company called Midwest Magic Productions. Midwest Magic Productions is now doing MWMN Radio, which is Midwest Minnesota Radio. Midwest Magic Productions, we are doing music from all over the globe right now with Midwest Minnesota Radio. I am now working with people from the Gap Band. I am now working with people from overseas. I am now working with now known flutist from Dallas, Texas. Her name is Joyce Spencer. And the song that I'm going to have played is the new release that we will be releasing in the next 2 weeks, so that we would like for you Minnesotans to participate in purchasing the song. So the name of the song is called Summer. If I can get the gentleman in upstairs in the audio to play it for me, I would truly appreciate it. Sun's rising over the horizon, dawn of a new day takes me higher, burst of colors over the city, watch it come alive. Another day in the summertime, another day in the summertime, another day in the summertime, in the summertime. in the summertime. Summertime. Yes, summertime. Another day in the summer. Before the night falls. City lights and shades of neon glowing over the city. Watch it come alive. Another day in the summertime. I didn't want to sing today, you guys. Another day in the summertime. Another day in the summertime. In the summertime. Every time I think about the summer. Yes, summertime. Summertime. Another day in the summer. Summertime. Yes, summertime. When I think of summer.
Wake 'em up, it's time to do something. It's summertime. Who got the music thumping? Get up, backyard party, got the hood jumping, got the ladies bouncing like the double dutch. And it's all good where I come from, cause when I show up, it's all love. Feel it resonate through the city block. Turn the music up now, so watch it get it.
And that's me playing congas, you guys. That's my instrument. I play percussions. My life in the summertime. Yes, summertime. Do, 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 do. My life in the summertime. I love the summertime. For the north, south, east, and west. On every corner, on every block. Turn up the stereo. Come on, you guys, put your hands together for this song. Come on, let's clap. That's right. Another day in the summertime. Another day in the summertime. Another day in the summertime. In the summertime. In the summertime. Another day in the summertime. Another day. And that's what we do at Midwest Magic Productions. All these artists you hear, the trumpet player is from Minneapolis, Minnesota. The guitar player is from Minneapolis, Minnesota. The keyboard player is from Minneapolis, Minnesota. The bass player is from Minneapolis, Minnesota. The drummer is from Minneapolis, Minnesota. And we put all these people together to form this one song. The only person that's not from Minneapolis, Minnesota is Joyce Spencer, who played flute on this track, and she's from Dallas, Texas, and she's a renowned flautist. So thank you for your support. Thank you for listening. Support our local artists because they definitely need it. And this is how I keep local artists in Minneapolis into business, because I do pay them to come inside the studio per hour. And a lot of them charge me $65 to $125 an hour to come and play on these tracks. And I support them and I pay them. So that's what I do.
All right, I want to shout out right now the Johnson family who was going to speak. They're actually out still by the food. They're the ones that provided the meals today and the delicious hibiscus tea. So again, the Johnson family, just want to thank them for being here and providing us with delicious sustenance tonight. We have two more speakers, I believe, are here. And is it Jarmel? Yeah. So I've just been letting people introduce themselves. If you want to come up and introduce yourselves and tell us about your connection to today and Juneteenth, that would be great. So welcome.
Hello, for all the people that are still out there. Hey, what's up?
This is Everworld because I love funny buses and trains. Oh, I see two exits. Hey.
Young man, thank you very much. Okay, so I'll make it pretty simple for you. The biggest connection I can put with Make It Home and Juneteenth and the celebrations that are going on is a movement forward in social history, dealing with so many of the situations that happen, well, the things that happen to us, and then the freedom of being released from those oppressions and those oppressors sparked a different vision in us, made us started to feel like we can do more, that we deserve more, that we deserve more respect, that we deserve civil rights and the human rights that is afforded to our white counterparts at each and every day. Make It Home was started to stop the injustice, stop the recycling door of the prison and jail system, as well as the pipeline from high school to jail to prison. We do it in a lot of different ways. One of the biggest ways is through community building. The app. Okay. Okay. And the biggest way we actually help people is through our app. Before you have any interactions with officers, we ask that you open up our app. The app does two things simultaneously. First, a lawyer appears and say, hey, I would love to represent you and everybody that you're with during this event. Second thing it does is sends out alert to everybody that you know that has the app, as well as everybody within a 1.5 mile radius. And we actually encourage those people with a special notification, encouraging them to come to the scene and start filming through the app as well. All that information gets uploaded through our servers and spit out in real time. so everybody in the world gets to see what's going on at any given time. Stops them from stepping on our human and civil rights, and creates that transparency we've been begging for. But the biggest thing I know this app is going to do is going to bring back that community awareness that is so important for generations to be able to grow into. Because I've known since I've been a child, when I was a child, it was a community awareness around your community to make sure that that kept us safe, and knowing what was the outliers and the people that would cause problems within our community. We would support each other in any aspect. If you're dealing with dealing from church all the way to corrections, you would get that community support. And I think this app brings back that aspect that hasn't been there in our communities for a long time. So we will be launching August 31st. That is the goal date for us to move forward. If we would like to get any support and all the support we possibly can, you can get pre-subscriptions to the app right now. Or you can just show your support through social media, making sure that everybody else gets the opportunity to be able to see and hear exactly what you've heard from me today. I was going to play our commercial, but I could not get the IT together. If I was here just 30, 40 minutes earlier, I would have been able to fix that problem. But I'll make sure that I'm here for the next one. Yes, please. Oh, oh, make it home. Because at the end of the day, the most important thing is to make sure that we all get the best opportunity to make it home. All right. If there's any other questions or anything else, if you would like to get a hold of me, you can do it through social media, or most people here know Miss Webb. She has all my contact information as well. If there's anything like people, I run into people all the time that have ideals that can be supported through the app, and I would like to hear those as well, because there will be many different ways to be able to support our community. This is just a very big tool to be able to open up that conversation. So, with nothing else said, any other questions or comments? Yeah. Um, some of the security groups we are actually moving forward with and talking to. No, we're actually doing events with MIB, the Black Security Company, and we just had an event last week, and they did a superb job across the board, very professional and very for us. Everything that they did was at a very low tone, respectful, and those are the type of people that we want patrolling, or well, not patrolling, living, breathing, being a part of our communities. So them and the new Panther Party. Now I know that they're more on the radical looking aspect of what we need, but trust and know that we need it all. You know, the awareness for our social rights in any type of situation, that is very important. But being able to know that we have some type of I don't want to say backbone or anything like that. Some a group that is willing to fight tooth and nail, not just on the surface, but each and every day they wake up with a purpose. And it's hard to get people in those jobs. You know, when you're speaking of police or anything that is talking about the legal or justice system, that will have that aspect as our community first, and everything else. Apologize for that. And our community first, and there is no negotiations about that, and that's what I really, really like about them. So there's things that we obviously will differ on, but for the most part, they're all about the community. I'm all about the community, so I'm all about them. All right. There's a lot of organizations out there that do a lot of good work. Push for Peace does their part. I appreciate what they do in the stores because there's so many times where you're in the grocery store and the police are dragging somebody out by their arms because they have a Snickers in their pocket or something like that. And Push for Peace got out there and made it very simple, where instead of putting this person in the legal system, we're gonna make sure that they get home, and we'll take care of that small purchase, and we'll just let them know that this isn't the place to do that. There are many other ways to be able to eat, and the thing I do love about Push for Peace, they actually give you the information of places that will feed you in the times that you can get fed by them, not by Push for Peace, but organizations that are out there willing that feed people on a daily, so you don't have to um, feel that you have to go out there and take that Snicker or take that loaf of bread to make those sandwiches for the babies and stuff like that. So um, any way forward with organizations, I'm all about anything that has to do with community first. I really love and will always support, especially as a black tech company. Soon as we get running forward, we will make sure that we will give all the organizations that actually move their feet each and every day all the support that they need. If they're talking, I can't just say I'll take care of all financials, but we will be a huge donor in the situation and the fight for us each and every day, whether it be equity, money, or you talking about actually on the ground, walking with you, doing the work each and every day. So, any other questions, Mr. Mills? Well, well, thank you. And we spoke about a lot of different aspects, but the ones I think that you're speaking on the most, like taking care of simple situations, such as if you do get pulled over and say the worst does happen, you end up inside of a cell. Well, Make It Home will have tow trucks to be able to come pick your vehicle up and drop it back off at your home. So when you actually get out, you're back at square one instead of -3, because when they keep your car in there, they keep your finances tied up, stops you from getting back to work to be able to feed your family. Another feature is that we will make sure that you have your best photo on file for Make It Home. So if the event you do have to go and sit on the inside, the picture that they'll be showing on the news is the picture that you look like, not something that makes you look like you came out of a crazy witch story or any other type of way that they try to present us and make us look crazy. They make sure you take that picture at like 3 o'clock in the morning so you look like as the worst person on the planet. So that's another thing. Information, information being a one-stop shop. If say this is all in the matter if the situation's like you end up, and I should just turn the phone off, right? You should learn after the first time or the second time. But okay, so say that you do end up inside of a cell, and we want your information to be sent to your public defender or your lawyer as quickly and as soundly as possible. Such as, so once the case gets dropped on the public defender's desk or the lawyer, whoever picks up the case, they will automatically have access to be able to draw any videos or feeds from any of the different angles, as well as the recordings, the voice, as well as the audio and visual, so they can be able to, first of all, know the situation better, be able to represent their client better, and actually will help them hit the ground running with just the footage alone, with a small description from the attorney that actually made sure that his rights were protected on the outside. With that brief information, as well as all the footage, that gives the public defender a leg up that they usually do not get in any other type of cycle of the system that they deal with. So that is another feature. I don't. Is there anyone specific? Oh, yes, yes. So he's speaking about how you're going to be able to describe the situation that happened to you, as well as to be able to rate the officer that pulled you over, or that you're having this interaction with. And it's very, very important that when you rate these officers, that we are truthful to ourselves, because we know that there's a lot of officers out there that don't deserve to be on the streets, but there are some officers that are just trying to be community, trying to be that next step in that gap that we need to be able to make sure that we feel safe each and every day walking down the street. And it's not from us that we're so scared of. It's usually the other counterparts that we can't usually see and usually can't flee or fight against. Like me and you, we can at least run, but you can't run from them because you might get getting shot up in the back. Um, Yes, so it's very important to rate the officers. If the officer ever decides to leave that city and go to a different city because he got fired or any other thing, as soon as he gets hired by a different department, and his photo gets registered in the Make It Home app, then it automatically will bring his geotag him and bring his file from wherever he is, and we will actually send it to the local organization that deals with getting officers terminated before their 90-day option is up. And that's so crucial that we get them out before that 90 days, because it's so hard to get them out afterwards. So that's why streamlining information and making sure that we are all on one page. And Mr. Mills hit it right on the head. It's a one-stop shop where all the information that you need to be able to support your community will be there. And we will always grow in the support of the community any way that we need to. Miss Miss Marcia, Marsha Howard. So she does George Floyd Square, and I had a conversation with her, and she was just she's so militant in everything she talks about and does, and strategy wise, and she was like, well, what if you can set it up where we can have encrypted conversations between residents dealing with a situation that's happened out in front of our house? Can you make that happen? I'm like, well, that's as simple as getting, the right people in the room to be able to iron out the details. And that would be a great support system that Make It Home could be a part of, to make sure that we are communicating back and forth without any interference from the outside. And it's very hard to get that unless you have your own network, So yeah, there's infinite ways that this app can help the community. But the first things first, we need to protect their rights and let them know that we cannot be stepped on anymore. Yes, you can find Make It Home on the social media apps. It's Facebook is just Make It Home. On IG, we're Make It Home 11. Twitter, we're Make It Home at Make It Home. And what's the other one? there's so many of them. Snapchat, I think we're at Make It Home app on Snapchat. So those are the different ways. And like I said, Miss Webb has all my information. I'm very easy to get a hold of. And if you want to speak to me directly, we are in a great opportunity and space to be able to do so. Sir, thank you for my time.
Thank you. We appreciate where innovation meets public safety and keeping us all safe as a community. We have about 20 minutes left and we are on time. I'm going to bring up the Johnson family because they, as I mentioned, provided us with the food tonight and have been waiting to talk about their business. Your first name? Azira. So this is Azira.
Hi, my name is Azira, but people call me AZ. I really don't remember a lot of the stuff. My mom wrote it down for me. Okay, I'm 15 and I own AJ's Junkets Penny Candy Store. My little sister has a business called AJ Junkets Snack Shack, and it's like it's a nice business and stuff like that. Give me 1 second. Um, Me and my sister are owners of the AJ Junkets brand company. Even though it's two different concepts, it's still in the same business brand. Um, I joined the business about 2, 3 years ago, and it's like I'm a penny candy girl, and my sister is a snack shack, so she sells all the candy and stuff like. Well, I sell the candy. She sells all the snacks that stuff like that. Um, um, AJ Junkies Party Buffet is something we do together, but I came up with the penny candy concept because I heard like older people, my mom, like love penny candy store because they used to get like a bunch of candy when they were younger for like less than $1, and it's like fun to hear them have excitements about all their businesses and stuff like that. It's and also like all the candy and stuff like they loved when they were little. It's like very beautiful to hear about to me. And 1 second. Um, so I decided I wanted to bring joy to my generations and the generations that to come. And started my penny candy store. Even though when we're still young, we still have many improvements and ideas. And funding is not always available since we can't get jobs yet for our suppliers and supplies. We try yet to we try our best to work hard for them and keep ourselves busy to get our company out in the public. So thank you for hearing why and how we are young entrepreneurs and hearing our dreams and adventures on being a big brand company one day. And don't forget to stop by my table on June 16th on Sunday because I will welcomely to give everyone candy.
Thank you. I have one last question for you. So, as a young entrepreneur, business owner, what advice would you give other uh, young people your age or younger that want to start their own business? Say that one more time.
Go for it. It's 100% worth it. You will have a great outcome in the end. And it's also wonderful to see people's smiles on their face when they walk up to your tables or anything.
Very good.
Things I have learned about myself is that also I'm a person who is very shy, and I did not know that people actually enjoy talking or like enjoy listening to me speak or anything. It's very interesting to me to like know that people actually enjoy hearing me because I'm a person who is not a people person at all. Most definitely, in my creative skills and stuff like that. Before I started my penny candy store, I used to make like a candy buffet, and I will make it for people's birthday parties or any event that they wanted to do, which I still offer to do. It's just now that I started my penny candy store, it's just something I focus on now.
Okay, I'm out of breath. I'm sorry. Okay.
I've been doing candy for 2.5 years. It's 2.5 years. No, that's not right. No. Mm-mm. Is that it? I'm hoping me and my family can open a store where we can sell all of our businesses through. Okay. My Instagram is, well, my contact is my phone number. And also if you want it, you can come pull me to the side before I leave. And also my Instagram is hearts for bay with 3 E's with an X at the end.
Okay. Well, she got to talk. I'm sorry. I was trying to put the food away and go through the kitchen stuff. I'm the mama, as they say. My name is Carrie Motley Johnson. I own actually 3 businesses. I own a gift basket business called Confectionery Baskets, Gift Tucks. I'm on Facebook. I own a murder mystery dinner theater, which is kind of closed because after COVID and just trying to find, right now I'm trying to find a spot to host them at. And then I own C's Melange Vino cocktail and desserts. So I make alcohol infused desserts and cocktails. And as you can see, I do cook. I do a lot of cooking. What made me start my business was with the gift. I started with the gift basket business back in 2012. We moved here from St. Louis, Missouri, and I was having her little sister. And the only reason why I moved up here was because my daughter was going to the U of M getting her degree, which now she's 32 and she has her master's degree. And she moved back to St. Louis to get her PhD. So she called me and she said, well, the doctor, I was pregnant with her little sister, and the doctor, I was paralyzed on my left side. She was laying on a something and it paralyzed me. So the doctor was like, well, you got 3 choices. We have specialists in Minnesota, Iowa, Texas. So my daughter called me and she said, well, mama, move up here with me and I can help you with my sisters and brothers because I have 8 children. So I said, okay. And so I moved up here. She didn't move back and I'm still here. And I enjoy doing my businesses here. I do. I enjoy, with the gift basket business, I kind of slowed down with it because once people kind of got wind of it, it's like everybody now make baskets. So I just don't want to do that competing thing on Facebook. I just said, if you want a basket from me, I make it. And I try to stay reasonable with my gift baskets. I don't charge astronomical amounts, but I see people that do, and I'm just like, whoa. And so then I started the murder mystery because I love writing and I love acting, which her and her friend that's here, they're my actors. I work with high school students that's in drama, and I give them an opportunity to come and be an actor with my company. So right now I'm working with Fair High School. I'm hoping to work with North and Patrick Henry eventually. And I want to have the high schoolers, that's juniors and seniors that want to go into acting or serving or DJing, and I want to work with those kids with my company. That's my dream. So I'm working on that, but it's just funding is just really bad with that because nobody can see my vision in that. So I just sit at home and write a bunch of scripts. And with the cocktail, I just like making drinks. And I like seeing people drunk. That's my comedy in it. No, I just like making different desserts. And I just like seeing people happy. So that's my spiel. Thank you for letting me talk. Any questions? Anybody got any questions? Are y'all done with me? Okay. I do not have it with me.
Website? Inside. Okay. We can find her inside the calendar or yeah. Thank you so much. And the last person we have today, this human, I believe, is running for candidate in Ward 3 in 20. All right. So I would like to bring up Marcus Mills, and I will let them introduce themselves to round out this beginning of Juneteenth for Bob's Rewards. Thank you for being here.
Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. My name is Marcus Mills. I am the Policy and Government Affairs Director for Black Visions. And I wanted to talk today a little bit about the connection between Juneteenth and business, which is what we're here for. And for me, that equals zoning. And I'll explain a bit why. We all know Juneteenth is the day the last of the slaves understood that they were free. But the moments after that are some of the points where the differentiations between environment or location start posing a major impact in not just wealth or well-being, but the capacity of Black people to maintain the ability to keep businesses and to make money. Um, we very few people understand that right after the Civil War, when the North was actually, shall we say, violently occupying the South, they were maintaining our rights and maintaining our capabilities to be active citizens. We actually had real power in this country for about 12 years. Businesses were cropping up kind of all over the place, and actual political power was being distributed even to Black people because we were a constituency and we were able to elect our own. That all ended in 1877, trying to get the next Republican president into power. This created what is called the Posse Comitatus Act. It moved the army out of the South, and it left us at the mercy of Jim Crow for the next 90 years. The thing about this is, even though we were pushed out of power in such implements like the Wilmington race riots and several other elements, we still had a good deal of the wealth and capabilities. Howdy, good to meet you. Hello. We still had a number of the capabilities that we had already built up in neighborhoods and territories throughout the South and throughout where we were living, even up in the North, where we had accomplished certain degrees of power elsewhere. So the economic capacity was still there, present in several of our communities. You've heard of a few. We celebrated Black Wall Street back on Memorial Day. I mentioned Wilmington, the 1897 riots ended some of that. But a lot of that capability was still present in our capacities. And the difficulty, of course, was because we were no longer protected, we were not just rousted of the capacities and capabilities in where we were moved to other places. So unlike any other immigrant community or any immigrant community, they are usually left on their own. They're left to their own devices. Even when their own criminal elements are a major part of their circumstance, they're left on their own. And the overall community, the overall culture does not generally interfere until they start messing with other places. We, on the other hand, get attacked where we are and moved to other places. The reason why this matters, the next point after things like the rousting of Black Wall Street is the creation of the FHA. The understanding in the country at the time was very simple. If you own a piece of America, you're less likely to betray it. We'd already been through one world war, and we'd had several conflicts right close to home. And so the idea was to create a loyalty system in our country by giving people the opportunity to own with the money they actually had. The FHA created the system that we now think of as mortgages. You could get a mortgage for a home or for a business, but you had to pay it back in 5 years, and you had to have it all real quickly. The FHA created the circumstance by which you could get 20 or 30-year mortgages. Now, how does this affect the Black community? Well, we weren't allowed access. The process that was come up with at the time is called redlining. The reason is very simple. They had green lines, blue lines, yellow lines. Those were all reasonable. You could get loans to operate in there, and you could get loans to leave. But in the red line districts, the place where the average Negro lived, you could neither get a loan to buy a house, nor could anyone get a loan to buy your house. Here's the difficulty, and this starts having real implications for the present day. The difficulty is this. The wealth of the middle class of the United States, which most people think is dwindling, It began there. And it continues with the idea that building equity in your home is where you can create wealth. It's true to the present day, and that's been 70 years, actually 80, in that process. And we were excluded from access to it for the first 35. We didn't get access to the FHA or any New Deal program until 1975. The interesting thing about it is, of course, redlining in making sure that there was no capability to buy into our neighborhoods diminished demand. And if anybody knows economics, when demand is high, prices rise. So the value of our property never went up, or at least not in the same degree as the rest of the country's property did. And if you understand what that means is, with the housing market being the highest and fastest growing commodity in our society, the fact that we weren't allowed access and the fact that our property value never rose means that that poverty was maintained by fiat. It was maintained by policy. So how does this connect to today? Policy is still one of the ways we can get out of it and we can build wealth. One of the elements that I think is important for us to concentrate on, I will point out that redlining is still something. We've had the latest redlining cases that were found in favor of the plaintiff in 2015. So it's not gone, even though many of the laws went forward in 75 and 77. But zoning to create more capabilities for our community is one of the ways we can use policy to regain the economic capacities that we've been denied all this time. We do have businesses, we do have certain degrees of wealth, but being able to capitalize and multiply that is an element of policy. So I work with Black Visions. I'm an environmental justice guy, but I also help work the budgets at City Hall, and I help work state policy to try and make sure that there are real possibilities for us in these processes. I worked very hard very recently to try and get on a board from the state called MNCFA. It's the Minnesota Climate Innovation Finance Authority, to try and accomplish the kinds of financing that we will need to take our place in the new energy economy. So that's a part of the work that I've been doing. But a number of the elements of what we can accomplish just on the city level is trying to rezone our neighborhoods to be more economically sound. Because I can promise you, I would have brought slides, I apologize. I can promise you that policy has been in place in the past to make sure that we couldn't. So we've got to band together and we've got to work together. And I believe that politicians right now are way too ashamed of the past to stand in our way too heavily and directly. And it's been working in energy and environment recently, and it's been working to try and ensure that people of color, and especially the Black community here in Minneapolis, are forefronted in that work. If y'all know the green zones, that's some work that's been done. And that is a geographic zoning principle that puts opportunity in the hands of Black people because it's centered around our communities. There's North and there's South. And some of y'all are even on the Green Zones committees. So these are some efforts that have already started working. They ain't perfect, don't get me wrong. It's politics, it's gonna be flawed, and it's gonna take a while, and it's gonna take a lot of work. But I came here today to say that our pathway to both wealth and the multiplication of the capacities that we have, both in the businesses we own and in the capacity of our businesses to network, flourish, and work together so that something like another Black Wall Street disaster cannot happen again, is in zoning our capabilities upward by making sure that our neighborhoods are well zoned to allow for the kinds of business that we're trying to accomplish. That's all I had. Any question?
Any questions, Marcus? Yeah.
So in general, what we need are upper level residential zoning and certain forms of commercial zoning in our territories. What often has a tendency to happen is we either end up industrial with we either end up in industrial areas, places that were formerly just industrial territories, or were allowed, special dispensation for our housing, or we end up entirely residential, low grade residential, which doesn't allow business to actually operate in those circumstances. We need to be able to zone business incubators into space. Now, that ain't easy, don't get me wrong. Business incubators need to be like at least like high R or middle C, like it doesn't always have to be C3A, but C1 at least. That C1 is where we were able to move hotels. It's a minor accomplishment. Over in my neighborhood, there was a boutique hotel that wanted to go in, but the hotel requirements either required you to be living on the property, or you had to have 20 units. This place had like 6 apartments that wanted to turn into a hotel above a restaurant. And we just worked on changing the hotel rules to create a boutique hotel, so it didn't have to turn into C3A, which is the same level as a nightclub or a bar or something like that. And we were able to keep it like C1. And so like a business incubator could be C1, anywhere C1, maybe C2, and actually accomplish being a place where folks could set up. It could be open concept. It can be separate offices. You can set up a lot of different styles depending on the kinds of zoning you have access to. And that can allow not only the capability of people to get up, because if you can't afford, right now, Black Visions is looking for a new place to operate. And many of the places that we're finding are more than $10,000 a month. If you can't afford that in Minneapolis, you what, a normal person? You might be a human being. And the point is very simple. If you can't afford that, you might not be able to function as a business, because your home might not be in an environment where you can actually get work done. It happens. A business incubator is a great place to accomplish that kind of concept, where all you might need is a desk and maybe a cubicle in some places. And other folks might be able to operate with a small office, or just out in a common area where they can meet people. I have been in a number of co-working spaces that are just beautiful. Some of them downtown, some of them in the Northeast, some great places. And all we need is the capability to have some of those over north or over in Stephen Square. If we had that kind of zoning, and if we honed a little bit of our attention on those projects, we could bring up 10, 15, 50 businesses in no time at all. It absolutely can. Oh, no, definitely. It absolutely can, and it's a very good idea. The city actually even helps do, I always have trouble remembering this term, but the kind of training and help, assistance programs. Yes, technical assistance. That's exactly what I was trying to think of. The city helps with technical assistance on creating co-ops. If you go to them with a co-op idea, and you have any degree of the capability and business plan ready to go, they're willing to help you. And on top of it, you can often find from their technical assistance programs helpers with funding on that kind of thing. And if that kind of business had a place to build, you start looking at an amazing prospect hitting the stratosphere almost immediately. You start seeing the kinds of things that happen not only in immigrant communities, but in white communities, where all of the opportunities are laid out. So. Mhm. Oh, no, absolutely. Absolutely. And my answer to that is relatively simple, but it's a complex and long-standing process, and that is get them removed. These people are either replaced or reappointed pretty much every 2 years. When you're talking about like zoning commission, so the point is very simple. If we as a community say these folks are not representing us, we need this kind of capability put forward. And we're going to keep coming to these meetings to make sure that our issues are handled and that we are going to be there and we are going to be part of the solution to this process. They'll listen, and they'll listen very quickly. You'd be surprised how empty many of those meetings are. And you get a little bit of pressure in those. I can attest from Community Power and Black Visions and the knock organizations from a few years ago. You put a little bit of pressure, just a little bit of conversation in those rooms, suddenly everybody starts paying attention and things start to move slowly in your direction. Unidos and Unidos, Community Power, and a few others right now in the Just Transition Fund Coalition are doing it in environmental justice. Just show up to meetings. Just show up. And people start listening to you immediately. 2 months. 2 months, you show up to 2 meetings. That's it. You bring 20 people. 20. And suddenly, the discourse changes entirely in your direction. That's the pathway. That's what it'll take. I saw one more. Michael. So Black Visions is a nonprofit organization whose purpose was originally just built up out of trying to basically eliminate the police as the primary operator of safety in our communities. The idea primarily was to change the charter so that they weren't required, and then eliminate the organization called the police department. And the reason for that is because a great deal of the difficulties that we're having, I'll put it up. A great deal of the difficulties that we're having with police are because of the nature of the police union and the nature of the contracts that they have created. If you eliminate the police department, you can hire all of the good officers back to an organization that can be in charge of things like community safety. But these are folks more willing to listen to community and more willing to accomplish. And the city's safety can still be brought to the fore by the hiring of people that are not already tainted by this system. You can find a whole lot of entirely well-intentioned officers. I used to meet with former Deputy Commissioner Kathy Waite regularly on issues, both in Precinct 2 when she was running that, and later on when she was down in Precinct 5. There are people who are dedicated to trying to accomplish this kind of thing, and there are gatekeepers trying to stop it. If you can get the people who are doing the wrong things out of the process, you create an environment where not only can the good people accomplish a good job, but where actual input from community accomplishes real things. And that's one of the things that we were trying to accomplish, was trying to create a city process, trying to create a city organization that would build up that process so that we could have the kinds of community safety that could really operate. We also have other systems. We just brought up the violence interveners and the behavioral crisis intervention teams, and they're doing a very good job dealing with circumstances the police just aren't well trained to accomplish. And so that was one of the big things. And right after the murder of George Floyd, we got a whole bunch of money from a lot of different donors to build up our positions there. I will mention that our organization was also founded with a branch that was environmental justice, and I was hired in that branch. So those are the two main things that we do. We try to build community safety. I try to make people understand where we're actually coming from there. And my section, which is environmental justice, I am now their policy and government affairs director, so I'm kind of over both. And we also have been working a great deal on the budget, which is a major factor in achieving the actual goals when you set them out. Because an unfunded mandate is a mandate everybody forgets. And so we've been working on the budget and trying to bring the budget out into community, out into the actual city. Because I'll bet if any of y'all here have ever been to a budget hearing, you think that the budget is handled basically at the end of the year. The budget starts in February, and the departments are dealing with it from February to May, and then they turn over their needs to the mayor, who deals with it from May to August. The mayor is required to put forth his budget on the 15th of August, and from the 15th of August until those October and November meetings, those hearings, the city council is dealing with the mayor's budget. But at every level, the degree to which anything can be changed, tweaked, or any input can be put forward diminishes. So if you want to get in on actually making sure that our communities are served, you need to be talking to the departments in February, March, April, and May. And nobody knows that until you've been through 2 or 3 budget processes and realized how far behind you are by the time you get in. Thank you. I never heard of you before. The last words I heard you say. What were the last words you said? Oh, thank you very much. Glad to. I'll give you a card. We should keep in touch. But yeah, thank you, folks, for coming and hearing me. Glad to have a chance.